The latest ITV News headlines now, with Owen Thomas.
This is ITV1. You can see My First Million and Screen Time on Monday night from 11. Because now, later than planned, after the earlier football, it's Murder City. This is ITV1 now with wonderful Christmas drama in an hour. Something to make you believe in love. It's Ken Stott in Promoted to Glory after Christmas Day at the Royal.
On ITV1, as we approach our 50th anniversary, let's begin a new series delving back into the archives for a celebration of television history. Relive some great memories with Those Were the Days.
Back with a brand new episode. The Taggart team are on the case when a restaurant critic is found murdered. A conspiracy in the world of fine dining. Great drama here on ITV1. Taggart at 9. Right after Status Quo strike the wrong chord on Coronation Street.
From the emotional to the dramatic, ITV2 takes a look at some Coronation Street exits in half an hour after we head to Weatherfield here on ITV1, and Leanne's feeling the strain.
Is he a real-life saint or one of the biggest marketing tools in the world? Now Fiona Phillips investigates the legend of Santa in our Christmas Tales.
A castanet playing Michael Jackson impersonator, an overzealous pig and a singing accountant. It can only mean one thing. Britain's Got Talent is tonight at 8. Now though, Michael J. Fox is going to wish he stayed in Beverly Hills. It's Doc Hollywood. Michael J. Fox is about to get a lesson in life when he's stranded in the back of Beyond in our film Doc Hollywood. That's at 3:15. Now though, the evidence is pointing to Barnaby's former colleague in Midsummer Murders.
Kane is on the warpath as he seeks revenge for Matty's attack, but he may just get more than he bargained for in an hour-long episode of Emmerdale, tonight at 7. And I'm pretty sure the Yorkshire Dales are about to feature right now on ITV as we join Julia Bradbury and Ore Aduba to count down Britain's favourite walks, Top 100. Now on ITV1, it's over to Mark and the team for tonight's live FIFA World Cup action. Japan versus Spain.
Oh.
Can any of today's players end the week in style and walk away with a nice 10 grand? All they have to do is get that jackpot counter over the tipping point.
Hitting the streets of Birmingham now. It's over to Stephen and in for a penny.
The perfect Christmas. All wrapped up with Furniture Village. Proud sponsors of Christmas on ITV.
Now on ITV1 and slightly later than scheduled, an exclusive look behind the scenes at what happens once the campmates leave the jungle. In I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, coming out.
The stars are taking on the genius now on ITV1 in a celebrity special of The Chase.
Now on ITV1, a look back at some of the best ever finals in Tipping Point.
Well, here we are with a brand new look for you. Start your day with us now here on ITV1. It's Good Morning Britain.
One Granada programme that was both cheap and important to Sydney was What the Papers Say.
This is Granada, on our Space 1999, and an encounter with the Infernal Machine. This is Granada. This is Granada. Call in at the Granada Report studio.
You're watching Granada, and we do hope enjoying our Boxing Day programmes. And now from the studios of ITN in London, the latest national news.
Now, though, it's over to ITN in London for the early evening news.
This is Granada. 1 hour framed for murder with only a ghost of a chance to survive, it's goodbye to Randall and Hopkirk, deceased.
Now more Hong Kong police drama on Yellow Thread Street. Well, now, Mavis Nicholson, for This Week, reports on the truth about AIDS.
Now on Granada, the Northwest News with John Huntley and Lucy Meacock.
Now the latest news from around the region with Trevor Green.
At 11:05, Crime Story, but now Nicola Colton and Rod Arthur bring you entertainment from the Northwest in the news.
And now at Granada, exciting new prospects for Julia Mackenzie and Anton Rogers in French Field.
ITV is brought to you by Granada.
Now an update on the situation in the Gulf from ITN's Richard Bath.
This is Granada, presenting your Saturday movie, The Karate Kid.
Now on Granada, cardboard targets that fight back in the new Avengers.
This is Granada, and now First Tuesday with the story of Paul Sykes.
Tonight at 9:15, the film drama Secret Weapon, the dramatised story of Mordecai Vanunu. That follows the news.
Now in Granada, the Blues take on the Whites in Blockbusters.
Now tonight's news at 10 with Alan.
This is Granada presenting the lunchtime news. Well, now, the police and Josh, one of the stories in today's Home and Away.
On Granada now, a Taggart with a French connection in the feature-length film Violent Delights.
And now in Granada, the events of Friday in Coronation Street.
Well, now in Granada, stolen property causes mayhem in Surgical Spirit.
Now Jeremy Beadle presents more funny moments captured on home video.
And now in Granada, life has its problems in Home and Away.
This is Granada with the third and final part now of Evergreen.
Now presenting Granada tonight, John Huntley and Lucy Meacock.
Before the Granada news, in a moment we join ITN and Dermot Murnahan.
Now the news and sport from ITN.
In half an hour, it's Watching, but first comedy from Bedsitterland in Rising Damp.
Now, very
very special Granada tonight with a Disney flavour.
Here on Granada now, the Garden of England is alive with those darling buds of May.
Well, now on Granada, Jonathan Ross, Fiona Armstrong and Wilf Lunn seek out some more fantastic facts. This is Granada. Now Alf's feeling nostalgic and little Tommy's feeling poorly in Coronation Street.
The Yanks were...
Well, now on Granada, from the pen of Danielle Steele, Daddy.
On July the...
This is Granada.
Now Granada's nighttime starts after the ITN news headlines.
This is Granada. Now second thoughts, and Faith doesn't approve of Hannah's latest love, but then she wouldn't, would she?
This is Granada, now at 11 o'clock, the news from ITN.
And on Granada Now, World News. Surgeon George Hope Wynne is having marital problems. Help comes from an unusual source.
You're watching Granada, now ITN.
A biblical epic now on Granada in the story of King David.
Following today's tragic events in the village of Dunblane in Scotland, tonight's James Bond film has been postponed and is being replaced by Kevin Costner in Field of Dreams.
See Coronation Street last night?
Now, the first of this afternoon's films, a family drama involving a con man and two children.
Anthony Hopkins and Emma Thompson star in the film premiere of The Remains of the Day at 10 o'clock. Meanwhile, let's have Christmas night with the stars.
Throughout this Christmas Day, we'll be linking up with Royal Navy ships and bases around the world. It's a case of, hello, sailor. One lazy summer's afternoon, a young girl follows a mysterious white rabbit. So begins a classic story.
Now the latest news from around the region.
Now on Granada, Clint Eastwood's on the case in the sequel to Dirty Harry.
The new season on Granada.
Tonight's action film is set in Australia in the near future.
This is a Grand Prix weekend where the racetrack is always absolutely perfect, unlike Britain's worst roads. A series of murders are connected by racism. A job for Fitz. The best route to Spain is via Africa and the Bahamas, and maybe Saint-Tropez.
We start our nighttime entertainment through till 6 now with highlights of today's action in the Hungarian Grand Prix.
Join us in Africa and the Bahamas. That's Wish You Were Here tonight at 7. Now a closer look into world affairs. The ITV.
You may like to know that Chet's, postponed yesterday, can now be seen tomorrow from 7:30. Now the news in Granada reports with Lucy Meacock.
Holiday romances under the spotlight at 10:15 in Summer Lovin'. That's after Happy Birthday Tina, and that's in 15 minutes. Now, can a holiday romance survive the reality of home? Summer Lovin' contains strong language. Over on ITV2 now, Mole Flanders. Meanwhile, we cry a very happy birthday, Tina. Over on ITV2 now, Drama with the Grafters. Here on ITV Classic Albums looks at U2's Joshua Tree. This programme contains strong language. Are you ready for a spooky journey? We join Gene Wilder and Gilda Radner now on a truly haunted honeymoon.
Pierce Brosnan stars as James Bond in GoldenEye at 8:40 tonight, but now the adventure is all in the spin of a wheel. Now gold diggers and saucy calendars on today's Live Talk.
Paul O'Grady goes to America's most popular city, San Francisco, tonight from 10:20. But now Kay asks the questions in the People Verses.
CSI is on its way next here on CBS.
Little airplane. Little airplane.
Mayday relay, mayday relay, mayday relay. All ships, all ships, all ships. Color codes radio. Color codes radio. Adel Photos 2. Oscar, Delta, Delta, Tango, 227.
Within its first decade,
This is Tyne Tees. You're watching Timepiece at 10 o'clock, news time at ITN.
It's Christmas night with Timepiece Television, and it's news time at ITN in London.
TDK.
This is Timepiece Television, broadcasting to the north of England from the Pontop Pike, Bilsdale and associated transmitters of the Independent Broadcasting Authority.
You're watching Timepiece Television. Now on Timepiece International Snooker. This is Timepiece Television. We now present The 15 Streets.
This is Timepiece Television, and it's time now for the news.
Independent television for the northeast of England and North Yorkshire, this is Timepiece. Now the news with Trevor MacDonald and Fiona Armstrong at ITN.
Serving the north of England, this is Timepiece. In half an hour's time, the regional news, right after ITN's News at 10.
Well, now over to Eric Robson for the gardening programme, Earth Movers.
In half an hour's time, at 10:30, it's the Timepiece regional news, right after ITN's News at 10.
The time on this Friday night just gone 9 o'clock and you're watching Timepiece. Martin Shaw now makes his entrance as the chief.
Back to tonight, and with a psychological thriller now on Channel 3 Northeast, Impulse.
Here on Channel 3 Northeast now, the conclusion of Sleeping with the Enemy.
Now keeping you in the picture with the day's news and up-to-the-minute breaking headlines from the heart of the region.
A race against time for Ashley now in our Friday date down Coronation Street.
£20,000 or a new car are up for grabs now for the contestants who spin the Wheel of Fortune.
Now the final part of The Bodyguard, starring Kevin Costner and Whitney Houston.
Now a bombshell for Linda in Coronation Street. Now it's wild, it's outrageous, it's the Jerry Springer Show. Ian has a startling proposal for Sharon now in Coronation Street.
And following at 10:30 tomorrow, our Saturday night movie Maverick with Mel Gibson and Jodie Foster, but now it's 12:30 and the international news.
Drama from Night and Day this evening at 5:05 and later tonight at 10:20. Now, before the local headlines, the national and world news.
Now Leanne is increasingly desperate for cash in Coronation Street. Now the first in a series presenting the Nativity in the style of a news story, Bethlehem Year Zero.
Old Flame reignites trouble in Skelthwaite Sunday at 8 before Soames attempts to rekindle affection in the Forsyth saga at 9. But now gossip from David Letterman on ITV2, jealousy here at Emmerdale.
Now our late movie, it's 20 Chicago and the Gangsters Reign. The Untouchables contains strong language and scenes of violence throughout.
Dale's got I'm the Answer at 6:20. Now, though, it's transformation time.
The Sunday Interview is back today at 2:05. Now, though, on ITV1, all the weekend's action in Soccer Sunday.
But I suppose there must have been disadvantages, but in the main...
The temperature at Channel is 4 degrees Celsius. It's news time at 4 minutes past 11.
DC Carver returns to his duties in the Bill in half an hour, but it's not long before he's considering a shift in career, a case of back to basics at 8 o'clock. Now, Meridian Focus.
The king of the jungle has added another tasty dish to his diet, Homo sapien. Quick and easy to catch, man-eaters in half an hour. And that takes us through to the Grimleys at 10 o'clock. After the break, the 150th episode of Heartbeat. Our part in your Monday night entertainment is over. I do hope you've enjoyed our company. Good night and peaceful dreams.
Well, that's it from the Late Shift here at Channel Television. We leave you now with Take the Mic, which contains strong language.
The most popular animal lover in Animal Champions. That's in half an hour after Emmerdale. From Dizzy Des and his guests, we join up with Jack Frost for a chilling tale of murder. A Minority of One at 9:30, taking us through to the news. First, more family misfortunes.
At 8 o'clock, more topical reports in Tonight with Trevor McDonald. Right now, though, an hour special of Emmerdale. Well, now we go live to the Australian outback to track the progress of our contestants in I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. And I mentioned that this programme may contain some surprises and...
Coming up, the Channel News Hour with your news, weather and sport. First, it's Channel Report.
It's 6 o'clock and time now for today's top stories and weather in the Channel News Hour. Channel Television, committed to the news that affects you. This is Channel Television. Time now for Channel Report with Mark McQuillan and Jess Dunstan.
This is Channel Television, ITV in the Channel Islands. This is Channel Television, ITV in the Channel Islands. This is Channel Television, ITV in the Channel Islands. It's 9:25 and you're watching Channel Television, your local ITV station. This is Channel Television, ITV in the Channel Islands. This is Channel Television, your local ITV station.
VTA, could you confirm your rolling, please? Thank you. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7.
It's 10 o'clock and we join ITN for the latest news.
This is Grampian Television, your local ITV station. And now the news at 10 from ITN with Sandy Gall and Alistair.
Coming up in 10 minutes' time, the ITV Evening News, now on Grampian Thursday's North Tonight.
Bruce's Price is Right at 7 o'clock on Grampian, but now though it's time for the news and sports stories. North Tonight. Coronation Street's in half an hour on Grampian, but now come on down. Bruce's Price is Right.
Due to the sad news of the death of Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, this afternoon, the changes to our schedule mean that we will not be showing Blind Date this evening. The fantasy adventure now on Grampian TV with Back to the Future 2.
More holiday reports and destination suggestions now on Grampian TV, and a chance for you to win a holiday. It's Wish You Were Here today.
Now the truth is out across Weatherfield in Coronation Street.
If you've ever wondered if dog food tastes as good as it looks, as you do, or how a seagull can best open a bag of crisps, all is revealed now in Creature Comforts.
Tonight at 12 o'clock we have a close encounter with Badil and Skinner, all unplanned. But now, the ITV Weekend News.
Now, before Emmerdale at 7, the ITV Evening News.
James Robertson Justice stars alongside Stanley Baxter and Leslie, hello there, Phillips in tonight's late movie, Three Men in Love with a Vintage Bentley. The Fast Lady is at 10 past midnight. Now the fun fair is coming to town at the Royal.
Well, looking ahead to later this evening, Alec Baldwin stars in Outside Providence. That's her late-night comedy premiere at 11:30. Now, though, it's the ITV News at 10.
Coming up in 15 minutes, there's another Talking Scotland. And then looking ahead to later at 5 o'clock, it's the Christmas show.
Well, Marlon Dingle's dangling his mistletoe.
greetings. Welcome to the studios of Anglia Television.
You're watching Anglia. It's 10 o'clock.
This is Anglia Television. Hello and a very good morning to you. We start with the regional news and weather. And you're watching Anglia. Now we have some science fiction for you. It's V, and tonight, The Champion.
This is Anglia Television with the latest news headlines from ITN.
Now, The Jigsaw Man.
You're watching Anglia, now a film for all the family, Knight Rider, the movie.
This is Anglia Television.
Now the classic Disney film, Pinocchio.
Now, before a new series beginning next Saturday, Leslie Crowther presents some of the best acts who had stars in their eyes.
Now, viewers discuss their dilemmas with a team consisting of an agony aunt, psychologist and doctor.
On Channel 4 shortly, it's a free-for-all, while here on Anglia, justice moves in mysterious ways for the bill.
You're watching Anglia Television.
There's 10 minutes of animated comedy satire in 2D TV, a new series at 10:20. In 10 minutes, it's Vice, inside Britain's sex business. Now Vice, which contains scenes of a sexual nature.
Part 3 of Catherine Cookson's A Dinner of Herbs in half an hour.
Reporting now on what's happening in your part of the region this weekend, Anglia News.
Life. Brian McFadden's Orange Playlist is at 12:05 here on ITV1. That's after all the week's action involving the East Anglian clubs in Anglia Soccer Night.
the news. The time 8 minutes past 5.
And now, live from the studios of Southern Television, the final episode of Together.
And so, with the time just 22 minutes to 1, we come to the end of our programmes for today. We hope you enjoyed them, and that you'll be joining us again tomorrow, when, of course, television starts at 6:15 with Good Morning Britain. Meanwhile, from all of us here at TVS, to all of you at home, we wish you a very good night, and sleep well.
It's been hard work, and more hard work, building a brand new £17 million job is to bring a better and better service on TVS for the South and South East.
Gang for another session of lunacy. To take us there, our film, Sweeney 2.
Entertainment for Friday night on TVS.
In half an hour, Alistair Burnett will be talking to the Prime Minister in TVI. First, comedy that is completely duty-free.
The world news now from ITN, the time 10 o'clock.
You're watching Television South.
Now on this Thursday, the 16th of July, we're joined by ITN.
Well, now on TVS we present our big Sunday evening film. Roger Moore stars as James Bond, licensed to thrill, who's assigned to investigate the disappearance of the US British space shuttle, Moonraker.
In half an hour, Melvyn Bragg presents a South Bank show devoted to the work of dancer Siobhan Davis. And a spitting image of Melvyn Bragg may very well turn up now in the cutting satire that seems to spare no one.
But here on Television South Now, it's time for another adventure with Dempsey and Makepeace, Out of Darkness.
And a very good morning to you. You're watching TVS.
You're watching TVS on Sunday the 27th of November. In 5 minutes, the regional news and weather, but first we join ITN.
Now on TVS, we visit the US, Shropshire and Yugoslavia in Wish You Were Here.
Which ITV company is it? Yours.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Monday the 24th of December, and from TVS, very good morning to you on the eve of the festive celebrations. Our aim is that you have fun today, and to that end, the new adventures of He-Man. The movie begins at 10 o'clock this morning, a feature-length edition of the cartoon hero in action. Our film Surely there can't be a bent copper at Sunhill CID. The Serious Crime Squad is there.
Good morning and welcome to Christmas Eve on TVS.
You're watching TVS. Now, highlights of Kylie Minogue's first ever concert tour of Japan. Kylie on the go.
This is TVS. Now the news from ITN.
But now, down in Sherwood Forest, Robin Hood struggles with the evil Prince John.
Good morning and welcome to Christmas Eve on TVS.
Watch it.
Good morning and welcome to our programmes for Tuesday. We've Supermarket Sweep in a moment, but first a quick look at what's on this morning.
This is Meridian. A very good morning and a very happy new year. In a moment, comedy with Matthew Kelly in Gabrielle and the... This is Meridian on Friday, the 1st of January, 1993.
Now Saturday Night Horror as Jack Palance is Dracula.
You can see the highlights of this afternoon's Formula One Monaco Grand Prix later on Meridian at 11:15.
Because of the football, our programmes are running a few minutes late.
You can see the highlights of today's Formula One Malaysian Grand Prix in an hour's time.
The new recruit is arousing curiosity now in the Bill.
Our late thriller movie Taggart is tonight at 1:40.
Our programme in half an hour is one of those that will amaze, anger or annoy. Big Brother is watching our motorway life.
Countryways is in half an hour after Emmerdale.
In 20 minutes, you can see the highlights of today's Formula One British Grand Prix.
Kevin and Molly fall out, but Tyrone and Fizz have a night to remember. The latest Coronation Street in half an hour. Now on Meridian, Emmerdale. Sean Connery and Michelle Pfeiffer star in our late movie The Russia House tonight at 11:30. Now on Meridian, the Bond movie The World Is Not Enough.
Classic comedy with Morecambe and Wise at 10:30. Coronation Street follows Coastal Ways.
Gabby Logan and Ali McCoyce present the best of the weekend's games in the Premiership at 11:20. Now on Meridian, Pierce Brosnan stars in the Bond movie Tomorrow Never Dies.
ITV.
loss of our programme, we'll bring you CITV as soon as we can.
corruption and scandal. Midsummer Murders, tonight at 9 here on ITV1. Before that though, it's Off the Record.
Phil Hornby returns with a big story tonight at 11:30 here on ITV1. Now though, turning back the clock to a time when the summers always seemed to be a lot longer and you used to get change out of a penny.
Good afternoon. You're watching Meridian here on ITV1 with a spot of monkey business.
We've another big story investigation on Thursday night at 11:30, but now on ITV1, half an hour to enjoy the peace and tranquility in the heart of the Dorset countryside. Countryways.
You're watching Meridian on ITV1, and it's time to sort out that internet business.
This is Scotland.
In just a few minutes, more comedy with the two of us. But first, also a little earlier than billed, tonight's late call from the Reverend Bill Catanach of St George's West Church, Edinburgh.
Now paying his final late call for the present, we welcome the Reverend Dane Sherrard of Buckhaven Parish Church, Fife.
That's the spirit, when you'll be meeting his new co-presenter, Shona Campbell. But now, let's meet the Macintosh Man.
One.
Roll.
May I, on behalf of Scottish Television, wish you better viewing in the future.
Now your Saturday viewing on Scottish Television comes to an end 5 minutes earlier than billed, with the final late call for the present from the Reverend Lewis Misselbrook, advisor in evangelism for the Baptist Union.
Now tonight's late call with Christine Davis of the Society of Friends, Dunblane.
Now on Scottish Australian drama with A Country Practice.
Now it's time to welcome back Jim Bowen with a new series of Bullseye.
Stay tuned to Through the Night on Scottish for the news from ITN.
In half an hour here on Scottish Living and Growing for Adults looks at the new member of the family. Right now though, The Hostage is tonight's episode of Room at the Bottom.
In half an hour, a spaghetti western takes Coat to Italy as the fall guy. But right now on Scottish, it's time for Easy Street.
I hope you're enjoying your Christmas night viewing here on Scottish. Coming up later at 10:15, today's news from ITN. But now the festive season brings an inevitable extra workload for The Watch in tonight's 90-minute special of London's Burning.
In half an hour here on Scottish, Melvyn Bragg traces the career of one of Britain's top playwrights, Christopher Hampton. That's tonight's South Bank show at 10:35. Right now, Rick Mail stars in The New Statesman.
Next on Scottish, it's time to join ITV AM.
Now we feature Ferdinand the Bull and Mickey in a collection of cartoons. Back to our programmes for Monday evening here on Scottish. For now, for the first time this week, we drop into Weatherfield to find that it's celebration time for Bet and Alec Gilroy, but the limelight is taken away from them as Martin makes an announcement, as we make our way down Coronation Street.
In just over 5 minutes, the Scottish weather, followed by Home and Away, and the 5:40 news. First, an extra programme, Slick Chick.
You're watching Scottish television on the ITV network.
Well, back to Friday on Scottish, and now taking us through to the ITN lunchtime news at 12:30. For younger viewers, Tilly has a donkey ride in Tots TV.
Coming up in just under 5 minutes, latest Scottish news in Scotland today, followed by a Disney comedy, Now You See Him, Now You Don't. That's after the news now from ITN.
Now back for a new series, Cilla Black says, surprise, surprise.
A Vietnam vet returns from action to discover that his estranged wife has disappeared in suspicious circumstances in our late movie Revenge is My Destiny. That's at 1:20. Right now, though, Ensley League Extra.
Now in Scottish night time, a family's almost perfect life is torn apart. In our movie, Always Remember, I Love You.
Well, we'll be hearing from Sharon Stone when This Morning continues in 5 minutes with Richard and Judy after the news headlines.
Now in Scottish, the news and sport in Scotland today. This is Scottish Night Time, and now an assassin thinks it's time to hang up his gun, but one last job remains. Patrick McGowan and Lee Van Cleef star in The Hard Way.
Now at the movie premiere, Chevy Chase is at the Funny Farm. You're watching Scottish Night Time. And now, sadly, it's the last ever episode of Prisoner Cell Block H.
drama continues for Monsignor Renard at 9 o'clock, but before that we visit a couple of better homes in East London. Here on Scottish, the emergency services continue their rescue operations while the villagers are desperately trying to cope with the tragedy that has struck at the heart of Emmerdale.
Coming up in half an hour, Tuesday's ITV Evening News. But first, the news and sport making the headlines across Scotland today.
Jonathan Dimbleby's here in a few minutes, but now the other news from Scotland today.
David Jason stars in feature-length drama for you now here on Scottish, when a murder of a drug addict forces Detective Inspector Frost to face up to his checkered past.
Well, back to Friday on Scottish, and now what's on offer today in Dale's Supermarket Sweep.
Back to tonight, and Savage Planet looks at the devastation caused by powerful floods and storms. That's at 10:30. Meanwhile, a nasty shock for Curly and an unexpected visitor for Natalie in Coronation Street. And tomorrow night at 7:30 we'll be bringing you the big match between Hearts and Celtic. But for now, peak practice. At 1:45 there's late night drama here on Scottish in the movie Wildcard, about a minister who turns his hand to detective work. But before that we join Loud TV.
Well, more environmental issues are tackled in Ferranis-Furen. Yeah, in place of the ITV programme ITV At, it's time now for ITV Sports Classics. Well, 35-year-old mystery and the tragic stories of bereaved parents in a Scotland Today special.
Still to come tonight at 10:30, they're young, they're posh and they're loaded. Now though, we get all the latest from home and abroad in the ITV News at 10.
Jackie thinks that she's met the love of her life now in Family. This programme contains some strong language.
At 10:30 tonight, they're posh, young and loaded. Then at 11, the club reps are going on strike. Now though, hankies are ready for a prison wedding. And the last in the series of Bad Girls. Instead of downing drinks, they're downing tools. The club reps are threatening strike action at 11. Now though, one of the students is going back to Oxford. In Young, Posh and Loaded, this programme contains strong language.
Well, despite the body count, there's still plenty of people left in Buckinghamshire to keep Tom Barnaby busy, and a couple more obligingly bite the dust now in Midsummer Murders. In In just over an hour's time, the first of a two-part lavish dramatisation of the story of Noah's Ark. But first, we join Jim Rosenthal for highlights of today's German Grand Prix.
This is Scottish TV, and Mary Nightingale soaks up the sun in Tuscany and Wish You Were Here in an hour. Now, though, another chance to see the best bits of Dolly Parton on Des and Mel today.
We'll be playing Family Fortunes in half an hour, but first, fasten your seatbelts and prepare to land at Luton Airport, or Airline.
Good morning, it's Tuesday the 14th of October. Now it's time to join GMTV.
Get your tickets ready for a Thomas the Tank Engine experience on CITV at 3:15 today. That's after the regional news, which follows the ITV news headlines.
Chris Tarrant will be here in an hour with star guests including Simon Cowell for a special edition of Millionaire. Taking us up to that, put aside those Christmas cracker jokes, here's Dennis Norton's laughter file.
In Emmerdale tonight at 7, the court makes its decision about baby Christopher's future, and it comes as a shock to both Zoe and Charity. Now though, music from the island of Lewis.
Well, Marlon Dingle's dangling his mistletoe in the direction of Trisha in tonight's Emmerdale. And don't forget the bill is tonight at 7:30. Right now, though, the ITV News.
Debbie and Andy decide to come clean about their affair in Emmerdale at 7. To take us there, Phil Schofield brings us a Christmas special, which looks back at past storylines in Emmerdale. Christmas crackers.
At 2:30 on Scottish TV, another cookery challenge, and the heat is on when reality bites. Now though, the afternoon edition of Scotland Today with Stephen and Louise.
When the wife of a murdered lawyer appears unmoved by her husband's death, Burke and Reed reckon they've caught the killer. But nothing is ever as straightforward in Taggart.
This is STV with a whole new look, but still with all your favourite programmes. And now, an entertaining couple of hours guaranteed. This morning. Well, Paul and Debbie have gone. Who'll be next? It's altogether unmissable on STV, The X Factor at 9. Now though, who's got the X Factor in Emmerdale?
Wow, what a prize. The gang return to face a new threat. There's some competition, but Barbershop 2 is back in business. That's our film at 11:35. But now on STV, it's all about cooking on Pushing Daisies. Join Leo and the Rookies on their global adventure in Take Me to the Edge at 9. But first on STV, some unfinished business between Tony and Luke. So Ned and Olive take part in a cookery contest. It's another slice of Pushing Daisies at 10:35, and a movie at 11:35 is Barbershop 2 back in business. But now on STV, it's news at 10.
Good morning, this is STV. And later on at 10:30, Gary Barlow joins Philip and Fern, and we'll be flipping some pancakes on This Morning. First though, Jeremy Kyle.
That's a good boost to the bank balance, but you have to be in it to win it. More hot seat hopefuls after that £1 million at 8:20. But first on STV, a celebrity audience get up close and personal with a diamond geezer.
You're watching STV, and looking ahead, there's an hour-long Emmerdale tonight at 7. Then at 8 as darkness descends, an amateur astrologer comes to an untimely end in a feature-length midsummer murder. Right now, though, the chase is on. Well, later on tonight at 9 on STV, turn up the heat for the final of Marco's Kitchen Burnout with Ellen Rivas and Alex Ferns. Right now, though, time to join Stephen and Michelle for the hour.
With interviews with Yoko Ono and fan Liam Gallagher, the day John Lennon died is at 10:40. But first, with some strong language, it's the Savoy. We're back to Coronation Street in half an hour after a look at Welsh-style bread and butter pudding. Yummy, it's Countrywise's Kitchen on STV.
Now on STV, Burt Reynolds stars in our movie, Smokey and the Bandit.
Now, time to catch up with what's on STV with Night Screen.
Now time for all your local top stories. It's the STV News at 6. Now time for all the day's STV News at 6.
David and his dealers pitch up in Middlesbrough today in Dickinson's Real Deal later on at 2 o'clock. First though, let's get all the latest news and current affairs in Good Morning.
From 1993, weekdays in London will be full of colour. Join some familiar faces and new names for a colourful new year. Weekdays from January the 1st on ITV. Carlton. Television for London.
Now Ian St John introduces live World Cup football.
This is Carlton. Television for London. Was that okay? Was I alright? Oh yes, good. Yes. Did I look okay? Was I smiling?
Thank you, lovely.
Oh, lovely.
Next, please.
You're watching Carlton.
Now the news at 10 with Trevor McDonald.
This is Carlton.
Good morning and a warm welcome to our programmes on Thursday the 25th of March. Now we go over to the Albert Dock to see what's lined up this morning.
You're watching Carlton.
Now we join the Riddlers and there's a Christmassy feel to today's visit.
You're watching Carlton.
Matt has a spot of soul searching to do in a country practice in half an hour. First though, we drop in on Summer Bay.
This is Carlton, television for London.
Just a reminder that in half an hour, Lloyd Grossman will be announcing the winner of Britain's most sophisticated Sharon competition in The View. First, a country practice.
You're watching Carlton.
Now to your opinions on what's on television. Lloyd Grossman presents The View.
This is Carlton.
Paul Green has the stories making news in London today. After the headlines now with Nicholas Owen at ITN.
This is Carlton, television for London.
In This Morning at 10:35, what do the stars have in store for the royal family? Also a rare interview with Mick Fleetwood. First though, making a new start.
This is Carlton.
And that's all from us today. We'll be back on Monday morning at 9:25 with Runway. Now we cross to ITN for the early evening news with Sonia Rusler.
This is Carlton, television for London.
Now it's trouble with the law for Arthur Daly in Minder.
There's a shocking admission in The Young Doctors at 3:20, so no news there. Now, take the high road.
This is Carlton, television for London.
And a very happy new year. Welcome to 1993 and our first programme live from Trafalgar Square. Here's Chris Tarrant with A Carlton New Year.
You're watching Carlton.
The phone-in on This Morning in just over half an hour is on children's rights. First, to the safety of children in The Time, the Place.
Now, Adam Holloway in Disguises.
You're watching Carlton.
Now from ITN, the news at 10 with Trevor McDonald.
This is Carlton.
Well, this Thursday morning continues now as we join Danny Baker and the contestants for Win, Lose or Draw.
This is Carlton, television for London.
Good morning on Friday the 26th of March. In a moment, Jeopardy. Now Richard and Judy with What's in This Morning.
This is Carlton, television for London.
Arthur falls out with Dave, prompting a rival bid for the drinkers of North London in Minder in 30 minutes. Now, though, Burnside means business in the bill.
In just under half an hour, country practice. Now, home and away.
You're watching Carlton.
Now, a country practice.
This is Carlton, television for London.
In just under an hour, the news headlines. First, life goes on.
This is Carlton, television for London.
A very good morning to you on this Monday, the 29th of March. Now with news of what's happening this morning, here's Richard.
You're watching Carlton.
Don't forget at 2:45 this afternoon we'll be catching up with families, and then at 3:10 the latest news from ITN. Those programmes still to come after a visit to the Wandin Valley.
This is Carlton, Television for London.
There's an update on news in the capital in London tonight. Before that, news at 10.
You're watching Carlton.
Now, the latest news from ITN with John Suchet.
You're watching Carlton.
And a very good morning to you on this Tuesday, the 30th of March. Now, with news of our programmes this morning, let's say a very good morning to Richard Madeley.
You're watching Carlton.
So, is this fine and sunny weather set to continue? Find out in the forecast after London Today. But first, the headlines from Carol Barnes at ITN.
Full stretch tomorrow at 9 on Carlton.
And welcome to our programmes for Monday night. Coronation Street is in half an hour. First, time for a break.
In just over half an hour, World in Action reports on the children of Chernobyl. Now the last in the series of September Song.
This is Carlton Television for London.
At 7:30, journalists beam into Silver, uncover the activities of London's hitmen, those paid to kill. Now in Carlton, London Tonight.
You're watching Carlton.
You're watching Carlton.
In just over 10 minutes, a quick reminder that it's Tots TV.
This is Carlton.
Now a prisoner of cell block H.
You're watching Carlton.
Now the funny side of the limousine business. Full stretch.
You're watching Carlton.
Now Matthew Lorenzo presents exclusive highlights of the quarter-final.
This is Carlton Television for London.
Now Arthur and Ray go down under in Minder.
You're watching Carlton.
At 7:30 this evening, a remarkable love story from the frozen wastes of Siberia. That's in 3D. But now at 6 o'clock, it's London Tonight.
This is Carlton, Television for London.
Okay, mark it. 44, take 3. This is Carlton, Television for London.
Now the final case for the celebrated Inspector Morse. John Thaw and Kevin Waitley are joined by a star-studded cast led by Sir John Gielgud in Twilight of the Gods.
This is Carlton, Television for London.
This time tomorrow, we visit the Peak District and Constable Country in Travel UK. Now, a special edition of Capital Woman.
You're watching Carlton.
In just under half an hour, Coronation Street. Now we set off for the first in a new series of Busman's Holiday.
You're watching Carlton.
Now World in Action.
You're watching Carlton.
At 10:40, our romantic thriller stars Gregory Harrison and Sybil Shepherd in Seduced. Now the news at 10 with Trevor MacDonald.
You're watching Carlton.
The Bill are looking for hard evidence at 8. Now we go up country for Emmerdale.
You're watching Carlton.
In just over 25 minutes, animated fun with Speedy Gonzales. First, more cartoon chaos with Police Academy.
You're watching Carlton.
Now we join Gordon Kennedy and Carolyn Marshall for the first in a new series to help you get more fun out of London. Big City.
This is Carlton.
Join us in 25 minutes if you can for news, information, entertainment and much more in the first of this week's editions of This Morning. Before that, we're out of this world. Now, in a special programme, we celebrate 30 years of current affairs reporting by World in Action.
This is Carlton, television for London.
You're watching Carlton.
Now, The Last Vampire, the first of two new feature-length mysteries for Sherlock Holmes.
Now for that rough-hewn hero Sharp in the concluding part of our drama set during the time of the Napoleonic Wars.
This is Carlton, television for London.
And welcome to our programmes for this Thursday night, including The Bill at 8 and the tale of Daly's Inflatables in Minder at 8:30. But first, a trip to Emmerdale.
You're watching Carlton.
In half an hour, a country practice. And today, Steve and Matt fight hard to save a foal's life. First, home and away.
You're watching Carlton.
Now, 3 more contestants take up the challenge for blockbusters.
You're watching Carlton.
In just under an hour, Street Legal. Now we take a generous helping of raw soup.
You're watching Carlton, now directed by Michael Winner and starring Charles Bronson. It's the action-packed thriller, The Stone Killer.
This is Carlton.
Now, new for Wednesday nights, the first of 4 programmes with Saint, Greavesy and a panel of top sports personalities.
Now some springtime sunshine in Summer Bay. In 10 minutes, some magic moments from the Carry On team. But now the news from ITN at 12:30.
You're watching Carlton.
Well, Home and Away is one of the nominees of the most popular soap category in tonight's awards. How will it do against the likes of Coronation Street and Emmerdale? Some tough competition. We'll be finding out later tonight. Now, let's catch up on today's events in Summer Bay.
The Lamberts pull together in today's episode of Step by Step in 5 minutes. First, the news from ITN. Well, if you've just joined us, welcome to this Thursday morning here on Carlton. You're just in time for today's mission for James Bond Jr. Well, a reminder that tonight on Carlton, Mariella Frostrup will be reporting from the Empire Cinema in Leicester Square on tonight's Royal Film premiere of The Flintstones. That's at 11:40. Well, that's later, but our Monday night starts with visiting time at Jimmy's. The Holcroft Covenant stars Michael Caine and Anthony Andrews in our late film at 10:40. But now on Carlton, a movie premiere. Green Card. There's a musical flavour to nighttime later, which includes Tina Turner, Mariah Carey, and then at 4, the classical sounds of Bizet's Arlesian Suite. Nighttime starts with Hollywood Report at 1:30.
Well, tomorrow afternoon we're invited to meet Hazel, a former opera singer who now teaches opera and piano to aspiring young performers. She's 1 in a million. In 5 million this Friday afternoon at 5 to 2.
This is Carlton.
Until our film for younger viewers at 9:25, we hand over for the first time now to GMTV.
through the night with Night Time, and in a few minutes, the latest film news and gossip in Hollywood Report.
Now, settle back and enjoy our movie tonight as Ralph Macchio stars in Karate Kid 2.
You're watching Carlton on Boxing Day. Now Nicholas Owen is at ITN, ready to bring us up to date on all the latest news from across the country and throughout the world, while Graham Miller has all the sporting news and sporting results.
Well, here on Carlton Now, we follow the turbulent past of a rich society widow in the two Mrs. Grenvilles.
It's 9:25. Good morning. This is Carlton. Welcome to a new week of entertainment. Starting in just a moment with a few essentials round at Dale's Place. The time the place talks about banks in 5 minutes. This is Carlton. Home and Away is in 25 minutes with a romantic moment in store for Selena. But first, it's Monday's news from ITN. A stolen kiss in the staff room at Shortland Street. Full coverage today at 1:55. But right now, our lunchtime drama starts with Home and Away.
Well, next tonight over on Channel 4, it's Desmond's. Now on Carlton, World in Action.
There's big trouble for Sally in today's episode of Home and Away at 6. You're watching Carlton. Now at 5:40, it's over to ITN.
Now on Carlton with a roundup of today's news in the region, it's London Tonight.
We're just starting over on Channel 4 without wars, but stay with us here on Carlton Now for Soldier, Soldier.
Well, now Carlton brings you the best in drama as John Thaw stars as Kavanagh QC.
Wednesday night, you're watching Carlton.
Well, here on Carlton Now, Part 5 of the Beatles Anthology.
See you next week.
This is Carlton. Now, a story of tragic secrets and sexual jealousy.
In a new series of London Bridge, which from tonight can be seen every Monday and Wednesday at 6:30.
A reminder, Home and Away will be back on April the 26th. Now, Lie Detector, our new series.
This is Carlton. It's exactly 10 o'clock. Now, a little later than billed, it's days like these.
Now on Carlton, our holiday morning movie, the delightful animated version of Watership Down.
Merry Christmas from Carlton.
Vanessa will be here in half an hour, chatting about children who think they're fat. Well, that's a little later. First, we join BB Baskin.
Well, here on Carlton now, later than advertised, it's time to turn back the clock to 1976 for days like these.
This is Carlton. Now, the Ruth Rendell Mysteries.
And after McCallum, we head into the murky world of competitive gardening when Tim Healy stars in King Leek. That's at 10.
Now, Life in Another World, the movie Doorways. Now, the first of its kind on television, Men for Sale.
This is Carlton, part of the ITV network.
Now on Carlton, time to taste the blood of Fu Manchu.
A very good morning to you from all of us here at Carlton. The cheaters are exposed by Jerry Springer in just a moment, but there are thieves at work right now. Now, London Today with Anna Maria Ash and Kate Harding.
Now Central Goals Extra, the best sporting action for our region with Bob Hall. Join us at 2 this afternoon for our movie Superman 2, starring Christopher Reeve as our hero taking on 3 villains from the planet Krypton. Now though, it's cartoon time.
Christmas wouldn't be complete without Morecambe and Wise, so it's coming early this year, in fact at 10:30 tonight. But before that, a touch of Dickens.
This is Carlton, part of ITV. Now it's time for the latest news. It's a busy time in Emmerdale, so tonight we have 2 visits. Here's the first. Now, the highlight of Christmas Day on Carlton, an all-star cast in Aladdin. In half an hour, Lisa Riley will be here with some seasonal home video disasters in You've Been Framed. That's 8:15, after Emmerdale, Part 2. Our movie in 40 minutes is Sleepless in Seattle. First though, here on Carlton, there's a fortune to be won.
This is Carlton, part of ITV1, and time for a summary of the news from ITN now with Mary Nightingale.
The main headlines, local, national and international, coming soon. And then it's today's CITV. But first, we're back to Yorkshire. Now on Carlton, it is the most successful series of movies ever made. George Lucas and his vision of good versus evil, a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Now Martin Lewis and his panel discuss today's ultimate questions.
Central is taking on the name of its parent company, Carlton. From next week, the station will be getting a new name and a new look.
We will all be back before you know.
This is Harlech, which provides your independent television programs, broadcasting on the transmitters of the Independent Television Authority.
But now it's time to welcome our younger viewers to HTV programmes. In a few moments we'll be bringing you another adventure with Noddy, followed at 12:10 this afternoon by more fun when we meet Geoffrey, Bungle and Zippy in Rainbow. In today's programme, Peter Egan will be telling us a special story, Fang the Fiery Dragon. That's Rainbow at 12:10. But now we meet the little bloke with the bell on his hat, Noddy.
And this is HTV West News Time at the studios of ITV.
Time now for the national news at the studios of ITN in London.
Comedy on HTV. Watch this space.
Now the 12th James Bond epic starring Roger Moore as 007 in For Your Eyes Only.
Now, a brand new series of Through the Keyhole.
Good evening, you're watching HTV.
His life on the line for a beautiful woman now on HTV in Baywatch.
Now on HTV, festivities in Aidensfield with Heartbeat. Equinox is next on 4. On HTV now we step back to the 60s for the last in the present series of Heartbeat. Now on HTV it's Bayleaf's last day with Blue Watch. London's Burning. Now on HTV our film, a remake of the classic, The Jazz Singer.
You're
watching HTV. Feel the beat here on HTV.
Beatles back now on HTV for some Easter home video fun. You've been framed.
Our Friday afternoon continues now on HTV with the world's greatest magic.
Students have revenge in mind now on HTV and Campus Cops.
Brookside is just starting on Channel 4. On HTV now, comedy, Holding the Baby.
First on HTV, film comedy. Chevy Chase and Dan Aykroyd star in Spies Like Us. Now on HTV, Robbie Coltrane stars in the dramatisation of Robert Louis Stevenson's classic, The Ebb Tide. HTV, your channel for 30 years. Christmas Eve film comedy now here on HTV with Sister Act 2. They're back in the habit.
In half an hour, Chris Tarrant is determined to create a millionaire. On HTV now, Ian, another chance? I don't think so.
Our film Confidential can now be seen at 1:55. But now on HTV, half an hour later than billed, our film The Comrades of Summer, which contains strong language.
Wish You Were Here has worldwide holiday destination ideas for you in half an hour. It's now 6:30. This is HTV. We've Grand Prix highlights for you on HTV now on the day when the streets of Monaco were roaring with the sound of Formula One engines.
Starting over on ITV2 now, Sheena. You're on HTV, today's top stories of the day in the ITV Weekend News.
You're watching HTV on Wednesday the 31st of May. Good morning. Trisha opens today's viewing with the topic You're a Mum, Not a Pop Star. First on HTV, a look ahead to later tonight. You're watching HTV on Thursday the 8th of June. Good morning. We've a variety of entertainment today, starting with Trisha. Her topic is I Want My Old Wife Back. First though on HTV, a look ahead to later tonight. Tomorrow night at 9, Richard and Judy host the British Soap Awards. But back to this evening here on HTV, and I suggest you stock up on the tissues for tonight's episode at Larkhall as we join the Bad Girls.
Tomorrow at 6:15 here on HTV, it's pantomime time, but now on HTV, it's Christmas shopping time with attitude. So use Turbo Power.
You're watching HTV at 6 o'clock. Reporting for the West, from the West. HTV News.
The European Grand Prix highlights are starting over on ITV2 now. Here on HTV, we're off to Weatherfield for Coronation Street, and Sarah Louise becomes hooked on chat rooms. Now some makeover magic.
Our real-life documentary, One Man, 6 Wives and 29 Children's in half an hour after the news.
This is HTV, ITV1 in Wales. Good morning and welcome. Time now for the Premiership.
ITV1 in Wales, good evening. You're watching HTV. At 11:35 tonight, Jim Carrey stars as a zany private detective in our late-night film Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls. Now, though, on HTV, action all the way, as James Bond is assigned to another mission in A View to a Kill.
To come here on HTV at 11:15, Batman Forever, and later at 1:30 another adventure film, Gunmen. Now a touch of frost. At 9 o'clock tonight, D.I. Jack Frost tackles a double murder investigation. First, plenty of laughs in the Brian Conley Show. Later at 11:30, take your seats at St David's Hall for musical choices. Now tonight with Trevor MacDonald.
There's a mail chat to comedian Tim Vine and Norman Pace tomorrow afternoon. That's at 1. Now on HTV, we take to the Welsh countryside. Hugh James goes to the Brecon Beacons on his travels in Grassroots.
In half an hour, the truth behind the glossy brochures in Package Holiday 2002.
You're watching HTV, a part of ITV1. Good evening. It's 6:30.
Over on ITV2 now, another chance to see tonight's episode of Coronation Street. Here on HTV, The Children from The Sound of Music.
At 9:30 tonight, Jack investigates the death of a police informer in A Touch of Frost. Now on HTV, Les resorts to desperate measures, and things go from bad to worse for Eileen as we join the festive activities in Coronation Street.
New Year's Eve ends in tears and desperate deeds in Coronation Street.
Dolly Parton is one of tonight's guests on the Frank Skinner Show at 10:50. Now on HTV, we go on the dark side in our movie premiere starring Harrison Ford, The Empire Strikes Back, Special Edition.
You're watching HTV, ITV1 in Wales. Now, ultimate questions.
1 o'clock Wednesday night, 10 remaining female contestants are reduced to 8 as we continue with Mr. Right. Now on ITV1 Wales, a tense thriller, The Safe House. This programme contains from the outset scenes that some viewers may find disturbing. Now on ITV1 Wales, the one and only Tom Jones joins Fern and Philip for This Morning.
This is ITV1. Today's national and international news here in 30 minutes. But first, the region's latest. The time is 6 o'clock.
Our late movie at 11 o'clock tonight stars Sean Penn up at the Villa. Now on ITV1 Wales, there's a rumble in the jungle, as it's the final of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, which could contain some strong language.
Hayley Mills joins Arden Haynes-Davis tomorrow at 2:30 for a chat about her prized possessions, while auctioneer Ryan Beach finds some hidden treasures in Milford Haven. Now on ITV1 Wales, from gramophones to plasma screens, life's tidy. Star Wars The Phantom Menace is our film today at 4. Good afternoon, you're watching ITV1 Wales on Christmas Eve. It's time for the news.
We've a change to tonight's programmes, which means Barely Serious starts at the later time of midnight. But now on ITV1, skipping winter and heading straight for early spring, which suits me fine. Here's Johnny Kingdom.
This is ITV1. Now a whole century of change, all in one little village. It's another particular parish.
Hell's Kitchen on Sunday is a new celebrity challenge series headed by chef extraordinaire Gordon Ramsay. That's tomorrow at 9 o'clock on ITV1 Wales. Now some comic clips.
Now on ITV1 Wales, a two-part documentary. Jonathan Dimbleby takes a critical look at the Anglo-US War on Terror as he questions the Bush-Blair approach. It's the new World War. Well, the lonely Eric Pollard is forced to call on Val for help. Is this the start of a beautiful friendship? It's Emmerdale coming up in 15 minutes. First on ITV1 Wales and this Christmas Eve, the latest news.
Soulful Steve or the operatic G4, who are you going to vote for? One thing's for certain, don't miss the X Factor final tomorrow at 6:30 here on ITV1 Wales. Now it's a treacherous path Shelley treads as we visit Coronation Street. Enjoy a musical extravaganza with Donny Osmond at 10. That's Christmas Mania on ITV1 Wales. First, the battle's on for the X Factor crown. Who's it going to be, Steve or G4? Rosemary and Thyme is just starting over on ITV3 now. Here on One Wales, we have a change to our advertised programme. We take a look at the tidal wave disaster, Tsunami, an ITV News special.
Now on ITV1 Wales, Coronation Street will never be the same again. Murder is about to strike the cobbled street again as Katie Harris delivers a fatal blow. Get close to the action as we bring you the annual boat race here on ITV1 Wales, Easter Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock. Now though, it's one of our dinosaurs is missing.
Holidays and romance go hand in hand. Well, that's what our celebs are hoping for. Celebrity Love Island starts Monday at 9. It's also countdown to the Big Fight Live. Khan versus Kinderland tonight, 9:30.
Now on ITV1 Wales, the waiting's over. 12 single sexy celebs are looking for love. And you're in control as you get the chance to play matchmaker in Celebrity Love Island. Now on ITV1 Wales, Ali G gets elected to Parliament thanks to a scheming politician. We've comedy for you now in our movie Ali G in the House, and this film does contain some strong language.
The animals are a little bit more ferocious in 25 minutes here on ITV1 Wales in the Crocodile Hunter Diaries. First though, we're looking for a new animated superhero. With half-term upon us, you might be looking for something to do. Well, how about saving the world from alien invasion? See ITV cracks the new movie Chicken Little at 3:35 here on ITV1 Wales. Well, dig out your flares and your glad rags. We're having a party in an hour here on ITV1 Wales with Disco Mania. First, we're off to Australia Zoo with Steve Owen and the team. It's the ultimate test of strength and endurance. Being the best is hard work. Get your adrenaline pumping with the boat race next Sunday here on ITV1.
New drama 11th Hour tomorrow at 9 here on ITV1. We're now with strong language. It's Ocean's 11.
Five skaters remain and they're all desperate to stay. ITV1 is live for Dancing on Ice tomorrow from 7:10 with the skate off at 9:10.
A secret agent with ideas above his station. It's the movie premiere of Johnny English next Wednesday night. But now here on ITV1, raising their game. It's back to Ocean's 11 with strong language.
Well, very exotic animals require very exotic vets, and they're coming up here on ITV Wales at 11:35. Right now, though, it's time to get up to speed with what's going on in Parliament with the sharp end.
Now on ITV1 here in Wales, the weather is closing in, and that spells big problems for the lifeboat's crew in Mayday, Mayday.
divin.
Good evening. This is John Cross on behalf of everyone at Yorkshire Television saying welcome back to our programmes. In 1 minute there'll be a full rundown of tonight's events, which include at 8 o'clock the first of YTV's new series of 321. Meanwhile, it's good to be back on the air and good to have you with us.
Here to blow up the whole of Yorkshire Television. Dun, 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 dun.
Hi there. You know, here in
In an hour's time on YTV, you can spend Christmas with the Blue Watch crew in London's Burning. And that's after some classic laughs with 10 years of All Right on the Night.
We continue with Christmas night at the movies and a swashbuckling adventure, Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Brought to you by Yorkshire Television International.
If you need to find a petrol station that's open this Christmas,
ring YTV's Christmas line on Leeds 448
And now, arachnophobia. For those of you who don't like spiders, beware.
Now, personal and professional differences are set aside as the team take on two warring gangs, thief takers.
At 8:30, Heartbeat. First, Ashley won't give up on Zoe. She's coming back whatever it takes, but will she?
On ITV2 now, Holidaymaker. Here from 12:35, 2 hours of sport. Now it's news time.
Over on ITV2 now, Inspector Chappell's feeling the strain at work in the hard-hitting crime drama The Vice. Here on ITV1 though, the news at 10 with Trevor McDonald.
On Wednesday at 9, a new series aims to find the perfect partner for Mr. Right. But back to tonight and over on ITV2, another chance to see the stars in Celebrity Fit Club. Here on ITV1, Faye Ripley and Helen McCrory, dead gorgeous. Mark Knopfler conducts a masterclass at 11:45 tonight, but now a seasonal calendar with Krista Ackroyd and Mike Morris.
Company, using the initials ABC, was the first to be awarded a franchise by the ITA. Santa Claus is Coming to Town, next Friday at 8, 7 Central.
Well, the time now is 16 minutes to 1, and we've come to the end of our programmes from ATV for today. We hope you enjoyed them, and that you'll join us again sometime tomorrow. But for now, from all the staff at ATV Centre in Birmingham, this is Kevin Morrison wishing you good night. Good night.
Follow that, JR!
Good morning. This is Central, which provides your programmes on the Midlands transmitters of the Independent Broadcasting Authority.
Welcome to 1982. Welcome to Central, a new name in British television with a fresh approach to the east and west of this dual region. To begin the new year, let's take a look at some of the programmes we'll be seeing this winter. This is the symbol that identifies Central. And the specially written new music you're hearing is the music that will open and close Central every day. This is Central.
Good morning. This is Central, which provides your programs on the Midlands.
A New Year's taste of the kind of programs you'll be seeing on Central. And our team of announcers will always keep you informed of programs to come. This is the symbol that...
Tonight on Channel 4 at 9:20, a new series, Jesus the Evidence. For the last 200 years, Christian scholars have been casting increasing doubts on the historical reliability of the Gospels. The first of a three-part series begins tonight at 9:20, Jesus the Evidence. Next tonight on Central, it's Family Fortunes.
The search for a super person continues in tonight's semi-final edition of the Krypton Factor, next on Central. On Central, a musical journey along America's famous Route 66.
Central Lobby tonight looks at the controversy over whether or not hospital patients should be given compulsory checks for AIDS. That's at 10:35, following the latest national and international news. It's 10 o'clock.
Good afternoon, this is Central, and the first now of our serials. Take the high road, and Dougal has problems with the new laird.
In just over half an hour, we've boxing. Robert Dickey defends his WBA Super Featherweight title. But first, the latest national and international news.
Well, now on Central, the Campbells find themselves in a captive situation.
Central Weekend investigates the ins and outs of espionage with ex-CIA and MI5 agents, not a lighter note the style or lack of it of punks. Central Weekend at 10:35.
And it's curtain up on the Bretts at 11:30 on Sunday night. Back to tonight, and Kojak follows these news headlines from ITN. The music and glamour of world-famous Parisian naughty night spot, the Moulin Rouge, is the subject of our Thursday special at 3:15 tomorrow night here on Central.
This is Central on Christmas holiday Monday. It's 12:30, time for the news. Next today on Central, it's the best of Walt Disney's true life adventures. Later, there's a lavish new production of Rudyard Kipling's famous tale, with Brian Brown playing the Errol Flynn role. That's in Kim at 2:15.
Sunday night on Central, and the James Bond premiere for your eyes only.
It's an hour of comedy at 10:35. Hale and Pace introduces to the Yuppies from Outer Space. First, we welcome back Spitting Image. You're watching Central.
You're watching Central. Time for Jim Bowen with Bullseye.
Story of some very brave people. You're watching Central. In a moment, Dickie Davis will be here with the highlights of today's snooker in Stoke-on-Trent, followed by Cell Block H.
After watching the likes of Hillbilly Jim and Hulk Hogan working themselves into a frenzy in Superstars of Wrestling, stay with us for Dimension 2000 at 3:40 and learn how to calm down wild animals with a gentle touch. That music box profile of the Christians was an extra programme. Now on Central, it's time for the latest national and international news from ITN. Now on Central, Bette Davis, Scream Pretty Peggy.
In half an hour, Jonathan arranges for Mark and Linda to swap roles so each can see life from the other's point of view. A change of life on the highway to heaven at 5:30. Now, we're all clued up.
That's it from Central. Tomorrow night, don't miss the second worst of All Right on the Night with Dennis Norden, William Boyd's Dutch Girls, and the Halley's Comet Show. It's great stuff, and I hope you'll join us then. Till then, from everyone at Central, a very good night, and sleep well.
Tuesday, the 2nd of September on Central. Hello and a very good morning to you.
Spike Milligan plays his own father in Adolf Hitler, My Part in His Downfall, our Movie Mania presentation at 1:25 this Friday night. Now it's news time.
Later tonight at 11, there's a profile of Cliff Richard. Well, that's much later. Back to this afternoon, and in a moment on Central, Walt Disney's Winnie the Pooh and Tigger 2.
The placid Detective Inspector Regan and the gentle Detective Sergeant Carter are fighting crime their own way in The Sweeney, next, here on Central.
The ninja and his pupil help two ladies in distress overcome a dangerous man. Lee Van Cleef is the master, next on Central.
Benny and the Jets and Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Just two of the great songs coming up now from Elton John in Central Park.
The problems are never ending, because coming up next we have Emmerdale Farm, and the big blow-up between Jack and Joe cannot be postponed any longer. That's next. One of the biggest and most over-the-top of the Bond movies is premiered on Central next for your... Alfred Burke is the leading light of Tales of the Unexpected, which crops up in around 20 minutes' time. Tonight's tale is The Flypaper. However, next we have news from ITN.
Now on Central, a breathtaking scenic tour through the roads of Finland.
There are 12 acts waiting in the wings now to find out which one of them is the new face of 88. Now we're going live for the new faces of 88's grand final results.
You're watching Central and our James Bond movie.
A box office hit usually means that movie technology has expanded yet again. Roger Rabbit is a prime example, as you can see now in Roger Rabbit and the Secret.
And our movie premiere on Sunday night sees Telly Savalas stepping into Lee Marvin's boots to lead the Dirty Dozen on a deadly mission.
You're watching Central. In 5 minutes, the Young Doctors. Before then, we've got today's recipe. It's for cheesy soufflé roll. The full details in a moment.
We're looking forward to taking our table for breakfast at Tiffany's along with Audrey Hepburn, George Peppard and Mickey Rooney. That's at 1:30 a.m. tonight here on Central.
The world's self-confessed greatest detective is the appallingly smug Hercule Poirot. His latest caper is next.
Sport on Central. There's soccer and ice skating later tonight with highlights of the UEFA Cup game between Bayern Munich and Hearts, plus our first visit to the World Figure Skating Championships in Paris. A double bill of sport starting tonight at 11:15.
In an hour's time, the first in a new series of Saturday Night at the Movies presented by Tony Slattery. But first, the Secret Policeman's biggest ball. And now on Central, Stand-Up Virgin Soldiers.
Callan is the first of 5 classic British series of the last 20 years, starting this Monday at 9.
Now on Central, Leslie Crowther presents a Stars in Their Eyes special.
Highwayman's sidekick Jetto has an old score to settle at 2:10, but first there's an even older score to be settled by the Mummy. Next.
Just before Trevor Howard stars in Gift Horse, we've got time for a quick cartoon. You're watching Central. Monday. And what's it like to take a cruise on the Canberra? The answer in Wish You Were Here tomorrow night at 7. Now on Central, a very different type of ship is featured in the war movie Gift Horse, starring Trevor Howard.
Great, super smashing. There's only one quiz show that fits that description and fits into our Sunday tea time viewing. Bullseye follows the break. Now on Central, Bullseye. The worst oil platform disaster the world has known is recalled now in Rescue.
Yes, that's the first of our new series tonight, up the garden path in half an hour. But first, it's time to find out who's being led astray in Coronation Street.
Now a chance to see the complete Hudson Confidential edition dealing with domestic violence, originally transmitted in February.
As, of course, is Inspector Morse.
Now, Dirty Dancing, one of the programmes broadcast by Central in NICAM digital stereo were available. Pia Zadora is the butterfly in the title of our Saturday night movie. That's at 12:55. Next, though, the continuing drama of Prisoner, Cell Block H. Next Friday's late night music comes to you from 5 Star, Sly and Robbie and Bon Jovi. That's at 4 a.m. Back to the present, and after the break, Richard Bath has the overnight stories in the morning news. Messages from another unquiet grave command the attention of Quincy at 3:10. Next, though, more high-tech swashbuckling from the Highwayman.
You're watching Central Television. Our Crime Doesn't Pay movie on Friday night is a horror story. A farmer finds that breaking the law of his religion brings supernatural punishment and a deadly blessing.
You're watching Central, where Christopher Lee is about to get wrapped up in one of his most notorious roles as the Mummy. Supernatural healing is a topic which can raise the temperature of a conversation, and it's the subject of heated debate in Stories in the Night, next on Central after the news headlines. Now, if you want to make the right sort of impression on the slopes, watch Ski Tips.
Now on Central, and earlier than advertised in some magazines, a big fight special.
Now on Central, American college football.
You're watching Central. In an hour, another case for Telly Savalas as Kojak. But first, it's 1969, and the place is Saigon, as we continue our tour of duty. Come right up to date next. This week's new films reviewed by Richard Blade in Cinema, Cinema, Cinema.
Just a quick apology for the poor reception you may be experiencing this evening. This is due to atmospheric conditions, and unfortunately there's nothing we can do. Now, the big fight live.
When you...
Chris Tarrant has an unusual view of television in half an hour, a Tarrant on TV special after Hale and Pace.
Now Dermot Murnaghan uncovers the facts behind this week's big story. Beat that That Einstein is on Channel 4. Here on Central now, someone's about to get a pasting in the bill.
Now, a stock market crash and, of all things, a baby koala have a profound effect in a country practice.
Now, a brand new series begins with a special two-part story, The New Baywatch.
Here now with the day's stories from your part of the region is your local Central News team.
In just a few minutes, the Help Squad. That's after this party election broadcast.
Thoughts of relocation for Ted and of reconciliation for Billy in this evening's episode of September Song at 8:30.
That's a movie not to be missed. Meanwhile, after the news, Eddie Murphy stars in 48 Hours. On the ITV network, this is Central.
Now on Central, we continue with the real-life drama which follows Special Babies. Now on Central, time for Heart of the Country.
You're with Central north of the border with the Highlander.
I was born for...
Now on Central, the mad, the bad, and the dangerous to know of Emmerdale. Our drama following the weather is Child Lost Forever. First, news from ITN. The coppers are a little more localized now. They have a bill.
You're watching Central. Now another assignment for the Close Protection Group. Bodyguards.
You're watching Central. It's now 10 o'clock and time for the news with Trevor MacDonald.
CITV begins in 10 minutes on Central after the latest news.
Tonight's movie on Central stars Jacqueline Smith in a tense thriller, In the Arms of a Killer, at 10:45. A giggle now, though, in the company of Chris Tarrant, 10 years on TV.
Central, we join Bob Mills in bed with Medina.
Bum, bum.
Throughout the day, our reporters and camera crews have been gathering stories from your part of the region. These are brought to you now by your own Central News team.
Now on Central, memorable moments for England in ITV Sport Classics.
Now the latest regional news from Central.
The latest news from our part of the world now, Central News.
It's time now for a roundup of today's stories relevant to your part of the region, reported and presented by your own Central News team.
Medical drama in half an hour. Side Effects is at 11 on Central. First is Susie Becker with another edition of Our House.
And at the heart of the independent television network, this is Central, where your regional news team has a roundup of today's stories. Formula One action now on Central. Highlights from race 13 of the 1997 World Championship, the Italian Grand Prix.
Now on Central, it's a short trip to Emmerdale. Now a little comedy with Paul Merton. Now the latest from the Nationwide League, Central Soccer Weekend. In 10 minutes, the lunchtime bulletin from ITN. That's after Central News.
Time now on Central for another front page story from the New York News. Channel 4's main news bulletin of the day is starting now. Here on Central, we're off to Emmerdale.
Now on Central, Emmerdale. You're with Central News.
Now on Central, Ben Elton getting in the odd word or two at the Brit Awards 97.
Now on Central, it's time for news.
And also on Tuesday night, comedian Rory Bremner will be talking about green matters in a new series of Central's The Earth Dweller's Guide. Central is your ITV station.
You're watching Central. Time for the latest news. You're watching Central. Time for the latest news. Judith Chalmers is off to the island of Mauritius later on Central at 7 o'clock. Talk about Strike It Lucky.
Now the expert's guide to adventure movie making in hell and high water.
It's Sunday night, you're with Central, and we continue the Beatles anthology. Channel 4 have their main news and weather bulletins next, while here on Central, the outlook is changeable in Emmerdale.
You're watching Central. Now on Central, highlights of our most prestigious airshow, the Royal International Air Tattoo, 1997.
And will Detective Chief Inspector Wexford solve the crime in the conclusion of No More Dying Men? Watch it on Central tonight at 7:45.
This is Central ITV and news from ITN.
No toilet seats for prizes now, just pots of money.
Lively music next on Central ITV in Videotech.
Now Christmas Day brings tragedy at Emmerdale. Time now to find out where the stars stay in Skegness.
Now on Central ITV, time to find out who's on the receiving end.
The late headlines now from Central News. Back to a beleaguered Bruce Willis now in the conclusion of tonight's movie premiere, Die Hard with a Vengeance. You're watching Central ITV. Now, the haunted fish tank.
Meanwhile, tonight's policing here on Central ITV comes with the 60s touch in Heartbeat.
Music now on Central ITV, Videotech.
Warren Beatty now features in the South Bank show, which contains some fairly strong language. Now on Central ITV, gun law hits Emmerdale. Now you're the star of Beagle's Hot Shots.
This is Central ITV. It's news time. You're with Central ITV, where Gabby Yorath and Barry Venison are on the ball. Central News Week, our review of the past 7 days, follows in 5 minutes after Lifeline.
Now on Central ITV, our late movie, Dying Young. I should tell you, some of the language is a bit strong.
It's movie time now on Central ITV. Sean Connery is James Bond. You only live twice. Now on Central ITV, we keep up with current affairs in Coronation Street.
Central Newsweek follows in 5 minutes. That's after Lifeline.
Today's nationwide league soccer action now in Central Goals Extra.
The national and international news is in half an hour at 6:30. First, though, the latest news from our part of the world.
Now on Central ITV, the money or the box. Take your pick.
Judy Finnegan speeds to the rescue of Consumerland and We Can Work It Out. That's tomorrow at 7:30.
And we've snooker now on Central ITV. Russ Williams introduces today's coverage of the Liverpool Victoria Championship.
Now on Central ITV, 2 blokes knock 7 bells out of each other. It's the Big Fight Live.
This is Central ITV, and now it's time for the latest news from our part of the world.
Now, there were those who said it wouldn't last, and it looks as if they may have been right. You could always try this at home. Just be careful where you swing that mic stand. You're watching Central ITV, and the weekend starts here.
Now some comedy. Time to go to Hollywood to meet Jenny.
But now, Tom Jones sings, Jim Davidson tells a few jokes. Let's hope Lennox Lewis just wants to chat. Des O'Connor.
Central is taking on the name of its parent company, Carlton. From next week, the station will be getting a new name and a new look.
This is Carlton, part of ITV1.
This is Carlton, at the heart of ITV1. Steve Irwin has some close encounters with sharks, one of the world's most deadly predators, next. Now Deadly Sharks Down Under with Steve Irwin. This programme features scenes of commercial fishing, including the killing of sharks.
Coming up next, highlights of Manchester United's big match and the rest of tonight's action in the Champions League. Football now on Carlton. Champions League highlights. Peter Falk, Lou Reed and Mikhail Gorbachev. An unusual cast in an unusual movie. Next. You're watching Carlton. Now, it's movie time.
Now helping the victims of flood and fire, it's the Sky Cops.
Jason has a new pet in young Hercules, but it turns out to be a baby monster after cartoon time. Over on ITV2 now, live coverage of the first day of the Tour de France. On Carlton, young Hercules.
This is Carlton, part of ITV1. Now it's time for Nash Bridges.
There's some nasty weather on its way. We've a storm warning next. With dark clouds gathering on the horizon, the outlook for the next half an hour is stormy.
Now it's late night film time.
You're watching ITV1 Carlton for Central England. Now it's time to check with the newsroom and the latest from Central News.
Psychopathic con man in Martin Scorsese's terrifying Cape Fear. That's on ITV4 now. In half an hour on ITV1, Sam and Dean are hunting a killer clown in Supernatural. That's after the evening news.